Okay, Sam's jury Sam treatment again, trying to back serious liar. If I knew how difficult and painful it was, I never would have tried, but I'm very glad I did. Molo, lead Musk counsel, flair for dramatic. Continuing, says, "Oh my God, Molo, are you completely?" Says, "I believe so." Molo says, "Do you also?" Getting heavy. It's all about Musk counsel painting Sam's life brutal. Altman is on the defensive, but some attempt at humility in his voice. It's very clear contrast. Musk appeared combative on the stand. Interesting. Musk lawyer Molo reading off a list of questions, saying, "Bro, you remember all this messed up stuff?" Saying, "No, not true. No." Absolutely, yes. We follow along at Mike Isaac. I believe that there's a New York Times live blog this week to follow along with. Should we
talk about SPVs?
Cover this?
Hello. Another day, another dollar. Previously we were working on this. Is it me or is this like loud as shit? Anyway, it's nice to finally be here again. So let's continue. We were previously working on our project, just running through all the tiny little things that we had to like take off before we could actually like be sure that this was like, you know, something that we could actually like sell to people. And actually there's quite a lot of steps already to like, before we make this business ready. I was thinking yesterday, like after the stream cut off, because it actually did cut off, this is loud. Okay, so I was thinking yesterday how like I still probably need to do like some kind of landing page, some kind of sign up sequence, some kind of billing ideation maybe. I think I already have like the base plan in place somewhere. I just need to review it, make sure that it's actually correct and it makes sense. I've also, as I said previously, been working on the marketing aspects. I still need to think about that. Recently I was doing these videos, but they feel a bit out of whack. This is like the newest idea, which is effectively like a political commentary on a future in which someone, like people will be able to literally buy life and like just be immortal. Right, like you can literally just like pause your cellular decay, like you can subscribe to life and stuff. And then there's like obviously like people who, you know, are like, you know, I guess you could call them the permanent underclass people, and like they don't really have these options. All they can do is just like do the bare minimum to survive, and they are exceptionally disenfranchised. And unfortunately I keep trying to generate like a certain section of the video, but it gets cut off unfortunately, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is again. So since I've already made this much progress, I just want to continue with this and just like post it. But also you just did like a TikTok dance. It's so weird, but yeah, again, this is all being automated due to this script, which I actually augmented the prompt for generating the script actually, so now it has a lot more context, like more detailed character descriptions and more detailed narration as well at the bottom. And I was also going to use Google like speech generation, and it has all these different parameters which I can actually input over here, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So as far as like, I did promise myself that I would do this for like a week before actually deciding. One thing I have noticed though is the fact that I do like, it does take a lot of time for me to generate these, which is annoying, and I feel can be made like a million times simpler. Like I feel like I'm overcomplicating it because I have access to this new tool that I wanted to try out, right? Also, I don't know if these things are in alignment with the message that I'm trying to spread, so I think I need to like zero in on the actual themes behind the videos as well. So those are two things I need to generally think about. Number one, how much time I'm spending making these, and number two, the messaging. But yeah, besides that, on the actual like the application front, we've made a ton of progress. So yesterday, one of the final things that we managed to do was to add the advanced MCP drill down tooling, and I even did a deep dive on how capable it is, and then I found out that some of the tools actually didn't do the headless crawling instantiation, which is effectively like, if we just don't have enough information about something, it should immediately understand that, oh, now's about time for me to take this moment and go out and like actually search for that information, since we don't have enough of it. Especially since, right, every new search tells us what is relevant to people who use our service. So obviously we should be refilling on that information, and that's basically how the knowledge graph is going to grow. It's going to be demand dependent. Yeah, like it fixed that. So now the next thing in the expansion plan is to actually send this to like a cloud database. Now I'm not sure if this is the best thing to do next, which is why I was delaying this until today. I'm not sure if just sending it to the cloud immediately is really the best decision. Running this from the cloud, actually, I don't think it's gonna be that intense either. I want to be able to develop as much of the features locally, like as possible, before I send things to the cloud, just so that I could have like that control, that level of control, and so that I can like test things out. So I'm not worried about like breaking something on some server or something. So yeah, looking at the current state of the project, I want to ask one question, which is effectively yeah, I'll basically just like communicate that to the agent. Having done all this, we are now at a stage where we have a very simple working prototype. Oh, actually I shouldn't be asking this one. Okay, what I want to do is I want to skip step 5. How might implement step 6 in the expansion plan? The asynchronous webhooks. considering our current build, what are three? What are our options actually? This is low-key, like, the way, okay, how I'm doing these is I am effectively taking these character descriptions and prompts and then taking these entire things along. Look, so what I do, so previously the generated video was so horrible that I felt like I needed to generate assets, pre-generate assets. So I generated like the dude and like all these different shots, and that allowed me to actually generate like really consistent imaging. Like it's always the same dude, which is amazing for me. But if it's like, if it just doesn't want to generate the video just because of, oh, it's just unwilling or something, then I have to take a step back and like generate an image and then use that as like an ingredient or something. Okay, this will be 2 images. I want to bring in this image just so that it's the same scene. And hopefully this doesn't stall, because apparently the video generation is just like cooks. Let's check on this guy. Okay, I strongly recommend option 1, the Arc webhook queue, since we already have a robust Redis backed, and it immediately just like writes things, which is kind of crazy, but I gave it permission to do that. This means that if a JIT query or a Corolla ingests a payload like twinme.gg with massive security alerts, DBRedis just tells the message to Redis, and the worker handles securely posting the data out to the world with automatic retries if the endpoint is down. Take a look at the 3 options. You agree with option 1. Do you have a specific destination in mind for these webhook kits, e.g. Telegram, When your sleep subject function finishes writing a new document to RKDB, it evaluates the security and alerts and interaction lists. Okay, if either list contains data, this ensures the MCP server and the synchronous graph writing loop are never blocked or slowed down. Interesting. Over in the background, the ARQ worker, I built a new dispatch webhook task. It picks up the Redis message and uses AIO HTTP to securely post the payload to your webhook destination if the endpoint is down. Make or zip your webhook URL, restart your, so it registers a new dispatch webhook function. Okay, I guess it's like a future functionality that I feel like we might use for, I don't know, some kind of purpose. For now, we can like relax on it though. We don't need to trigger any downstream agents for any actions. I think if we can like make it as deterministic as possible and like just automate everything that we can deterministically, I think that'll be best. And so let's just keep it like this. I will ask a really like the big question that has been plaguing me for a few hours now. If the current system is fully functional and working, now might be the best time to deploy to some cloud database, and finally start doing data testing. People externally feels like a business. What are some things that or checked over before we're sure that everything is secure and ready at the to come to a better understanding of what's there and possibly what's missing. I'd like to get a second opinion on this, especially when it comes to like the business related stuff. So I remember I previously had a okay. Previously had a document that I was running, and this document was detailing a lot of really important stuff. Context bottleneck and the knowledge compounding paradigm. Interesting. Failure of status retrieval. Okay, this is just the business case. And again, like, this is so bad. Legal insecurity. Enterprise. Okay, we don't have the information here, unfortunately. So that tells me all I need to know. What I'm gonna do is effectively open another. I love AI Studio actually a little bit too much. Oh. Anyway, we're gonna go to the why we add generate speech. Okay, we're gonna go to the just a simple chat. Actually, we're not gonna use this. We're gonna use the pro review. We're gonna pass 2 documents to this guy. Before invite, verify these things in a production deployment. Pure RKDB or is exposed to the open internet HTTP or WWDC can actually each other. DB under reverse proxy like Nginx. Wow! It might be useful for us to actually put this on like a Google server. I kinda like Google, by the way, if you hadn't noticed. I kinda really like Google. IP whitelisting, okay, port to 480 should not be exposed. User cloud provider's firewall. To whitelist only the IP address of your deployed MCP server. Cool. That's interesting. Maybe feeding machines are actually bad. We should be feeding the remake. Yes. Should be feeding a remake. Should be feeding a remake. Now below I have the feeding to a product I want to start prospecting to people and effectively selling there's no business presence at all. To make this public and available for other people to use and consume. What about the payment layer? Oh yes, it will. I just answered my own question. Right up. Okay, this is not bad. I need to give this access to this new business expansion document so that it understands Okay, so this was phase 2. Apparently there was a phase 1. But, sure. Ecosystem integration, inbound marketing, Cross-splitting, indirect sales. Yeah, I'm gonna use GCP. Buy a domain, not bad, okay. Like comprehensive documentation. This is actually very doable. Wait, is this SAS? Ew. I remember when you guys were saying SAS was dead. I was literally saying SAS was dead actually. Okay. Okay. Oh, we're losing frames. Isn't that amazing? That's wonderful. Anyway, yeah, I think this is fine. We can just like run this. Remember, I need you to update the expansion plan itself with details. Detail descriptions. Create tasks, set tasks. If some of these need separate projects, see them, swap these out clearly. Okay, let's go back to the annoying flow page, okay? So the idea is that he literally needs to pause the thing, and then the entire background Matrix style bullet time. Oh wow, I remember when I was like a kid and like I would play that game with my friends. It was called The Matrix. It was like stickman, and like they would like shoot these guys like it was so cool. I enjoy playing them. I don't really play games anymore though. I'd rather do shit like this. Like to me, this was like, if I was to like really define it, I feel like games are just really entertaining things that you do, not to pass the time, but like because they give you like that sense of wonder that you always get as a kid. When I was a kid, like I would get the sense of wonder not from actually playing the game, but more from like watching other people play. That was always me. Like I was always the observer who was like always in their mind about like everything, right? I like watching them and like imagining what would happen if this happened or if that happened. I found that so cool, which is why I think I gravitated like in now my pastime is not playing games, it's like watching things. So whether that be videos or movies or whatever, I hope this actually turned out perfectly. It turned out amazingly. Yes, let's go. Okay, let's check on the agent. I've completely rewritten Phase 3 expansion plan to be highly granular developer-facing blueprint for turning TopStructure into a profitable B2D SaaS, which is somehow what we were going for. Whatever. Yes, the payment layer is the absolute core of the next. Expansion plan says your entire value proposition is token arbitrage. Your monetization strategy needs to mirror that. That is true. I've scoped the expansion plan into 5 distinct projects with deep technical subtasks. Core API multi-tenant infrastructure, wrapping the current Python repository in a fast API application, and updating the ArcadeDB cipher queries to enforce an ID so one customers cannot view another customer's knowledge. This is, yeah, yeah, pretty much. Project 2 is the billing and authentication layer. This is what you asked for. It involves setting up a relational DB just for user accounts. This is what I was speaking about, right? Like in the beginning, I was setting up some Supabase project, and like I had it immediately set up, but like it has no tables. I thought I was gonna do the entire project in there, but after setting it up, I realized that relational DBs might not be the best way to do things, especially after doing like a bit of research into how Google was doing things, and then finding out that they were like doing things through knowledge graphs. I was like, you can't have a knowledge graph in a relational DB, and so I had to build my own knowledge graph using ArcadeDB, and now we're here. I'm glad I actually still have that Supabase project running, although it's still like on the free tier, but we can always like scale that up when or if it's necessary. This allows you to charge microtransactions per query using Stripe's meter event. So we kinda have to get Stripe billing now. This might need like a micro spike in and of itself. There's all these different payment providers these days, you know. It might not be necessary to rely solely on Stripe, especially since I'm South African, so Stripe might be like a huge blocker for me. Project 3, the hosted MCP gateway, upgrading fast MCP from local standard IO to internet accessible servers and events stream. Okay, again, the methodologies and like how we actually get things, like understanding what to get done is the main thing, but like how we actually get it done, like which service to use and things, those that's always changeable. Like if we can modularize certain things, you know, pick them apart, take this away and then put something else in its place, I think there's like huge value in doing that. I mean, previously it was telling me to set everything up using Neo4j, but that was just because Neo4j is like really famous. And then with just a little bit of research, I found an alternative to Neo4j, ArcadeDB, and because of that I was able to make this much progress. Again, I'm not saying that if I was using Neo4j I wouldn't have made this much progress. All I'm saying is that some decisions should not be left to the model itself, right? I should be doing my own thing, going and like seeking a second, third, fourth opinion, and then coming back and be like, okay, I have actually taken a real look at this and now I understand exactly where we need to go. And this is me being as in the weeds as I possibly can be right now. Yeah, which is kind of funny because like I will tell you the truth right now. I have not looked at a single line of code ever since I started building this, which is kind of crazy when you really think about it. Like if you really think about it, that is kind of insane how you could get like a massive knowledge graph getting built and you don't even look at any line of code ever. But that's exactly what I've been doing. I haven't looked at any line of code, which is insane. Like I was, if you were here yesterday, maybe you might have seen me scrolling past this video from Theo, where he's effectively complaining, and maybe he might not be complaining, but he's absolutely complaining that there's something going on where it's like these assisted coding agents are, yes, they're convenient, but they tend to make a lot of mistakes, and more often than not your skills end up atrophying in the long run because you're not like, the brain works like that. What you don't use you will lose, right? It is what it is. And I remember I was like that in my previous job as well, right? Like I used to have these long-winded conversations with my coworkers about whether or not we should really be like relying on these agents like that much, especially since they made these dumb mistakes, and like they would make these really dumb mistakes and we wouldn't have oversight, so it would cause like major problems in the long run, right? Like you ask someone something they built 2 weeks ago and they can't tell you the details, you know. I dislike that. I really dislike that. But like at the end of the day, I managed to realize something after like having these long-winded conversations with them. It was like you have to find a really happy middle, right? Which is the part where you lose a lot of context, right, when you stop writing a code. But if you're still like in the weeds, if you're still making every development decision and testing out every feature as you build, so if you're actively debugging if anything is missing, then you are still involved and you still know exactly what's going on. Like if you really understand at a deeper level what's actually happening, you can never get lost in your own code base, which is something I really like. I really like this kind of AI assisted coding now, and I think everyone's going to be developing like this, if not now then within 5 years for sure. You know, might as well start early, but also ingrain in myself the right habits. I think that's like super important. So yeah. And then project 4 is the developer portal and marketing. So building the actual front end when developers sign up and grab the API keys and view the ROI/token savings dashboard. That's gonna be a bit hectic and also fun. Yes, I'm gonna have quite a bit of fun with that, because I can't lie, I know what looks good and what doesn't look good, like according to my own taste. Like I have my own taste, you know, and I have certain things that I genuinely like to see. So like as I'm developing this, I kind of understand exactly what I'm going for. It's like this liquid glass morphism thing. It's gonna be so cool. Like imagine Venom, but it's just not black, just like transparent, you know, like these disgusting lines, alien everywhere. It's like this thing that's like everywhere, and I think that's what the substrate is supposed to be anyway. It's supposed to be this thing that's like everywhere. It just like permeates all of reality, and like everyone can tap into it to gain information from like the ether or whatever, you know. I think that's pretty cool. So yeah. And then finally, project 5 is the ecosystem integration. So we start publishing the SDKs to PyPI, NPM, and getting listed on MCP registries. The nice thing is that as long as we start getting listed on MCP registries, we can actually get like free marketing from people who, because like people will just post new MCPs on X, and I think that would be nice. And then also, I think after project 5, that's when we can start doing like direct marketing to people, where we effectively like, we might even like show our face and like tell people, hey, this is something we developed, come check it out or whatever. We might implement like a there's a lot of ways to spin this, you know. I'm really excited, but one thing I'm kind of interested in figuring out. Okay, they got rid of that. Okay, so previously it was saying something about how this would take like a month, and a month, it's not gonna take that long. Maybe a month if I was coding this out by myself, but a month probably not. So we'll see. Okay, it seems like we have our work cut out for us on this phase 3 expansion. It's definitely going to take like a few days. Should be interesting. Yeah, let's start work on this. So we'll start looking at project 1, which is the core API multi-tenant infrastructure, wrapping the current Python repository in a Flux API application, updating the RKDB cipher queries to enforce tenant ID. So one customer's agent cannot view another customer's knowledge. This is interesting. I feel like we need to develop the authentication layer before we develop the multi-tenant infrastructuring. Otherwise, how can we enforce tenants if we can't even track them, right? So, let's come up with a solid plan for the authentication layer. Find the focus of the schema. Considering the direction. Mind you, I am going to immediately set this up in Superbase, just so you know which RDBMS and we're going to be using. I hope that's fine with you, buddy. So I believe setting up tables will allow us to have a place from which we can set up the multi-tenant infrastructure. Drag and drop. Let me go check out this guy. I like how this actually turned out. Okay, something I think is definitely worth doing right now is stealing that last frame where like he's looking at everything. Somehow this thing turned into a phone. Like, oh my god, this is horrible, 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 horrible. Anyway, we copied that. Let's. By the way, his name is Chadwick something something. Who knows? Kind of terrifying. Like, that is one of the most terrifying names I've ever heard. I want to reuse this prompt. Let's generate 2 images over here. Give ourselves more options. Hopefully images generate quickly. And then I want to also generate the end state. Okay. Oh, I drafted the complete execution script directly into your repo. So the base init. Where is that? Tenants and users, API keys, API usage logs. What about billing? Okay. He breaks the fourth wall. What the hell, Chadwick? Jesus Christ. Anyway, this guy's supposed to be like immortal or whatever. So, if you're wondering why his skin looks so glossy, jeez. The true enterprise uses these billing system reviews requires adding potency to guarantee we never double check a customer with the dedicated billing tables. Okay, awesome. Let's add respective RLS policies for both tables so users can query their own billing data via the future front-end dashboard. Relax thyself, buddy. Let me set this up quickly. See, I set this up previously. I'm not even using it. And all these other projects are paused because they are old projects that aren't in development anymore. I'm going to the SQL editor. I spent so much time in Supabase in my previous job. Like, it's... What the hell? Okay. And now we have a bunch of tables in our public, which is nice. Also, the nice thing is that the public schema is it should be one of the easiest ones to expose externally, if it isn't like exposed by default, which is nice. I would like to check out the policies on this. There's only one, and users can manage API. This might not be enough. Wait. We might need new policies that allow us to change things based on our ability to actually have the service security key. So we didn't change anything, so you can just like discard those, that's fine. But this is awesome so far. And again, we don't want to expose API keys. I feel like that's like, I remember in the early days of vibe coding, literally everyone was exposing every single API key ever. So it's kind of terrifying. Yeah. Okay, let me actually figure this out. Wrap the existing local Python logic into a globally accessible cloud service. Is Fast API really the best wrapper? This is awesome. Let me add this to the prompt. Let me change the thing and then turn it into a video. This might suck. It might suck. We have to add Blythe's description as well. Let's see if this works. Currently the dominant high-performance web framework for Python and for MCP as the primary background for hosting servers over the internet via existing. Logic into reachable HTTP endpoints. The bridge uses MCP. The turned out the heavy lifting of using RPC logic and schema generation. The public use fast API provides the required SSC transport. Using drives a clean extensible SDK from OpenAI doc. Provides more control visibility and fuzzy CP. Which you need to debug and maintain long term. Okay, fast API is good enough, I guess. Let's go ahead with fast API first. Oh yeah. Wait. No, not necessary. Everything needs to be sequential. We can't really do that right now. Oh, let's see. Bro, looks like.
Seriously? This has been going on forever. Just pause the video already. Ugh. I'm literally crying a diamond. Like, seriously? This has been going on forever. Just pause the video already. Ugh. I'm literally crying a diamond. Like, seriously? This has been going on forever. Just pause the video already. Ugh. I'm literally crying a diamond. Like, seriously? This has been going on forever. Just pause the video already. Ugh. I'm literally crying a diamond. Like, seriously?
This is kind of funny. Okay, let's see the next one. While shot focusing on blind, the elevator, the film mode has resumed. Above Dwight's head is a floating holographic timer reading, together with an expression of dull resignation. So apparently her subscription is about to run out, which is really sad. This is a world in which people genuinely have to subscribe to reality. It's like, it's horrible, really horrible. Anyway, we're gonna add this, make it 2 of them. I'm literally crying a diamond. Bro's crying diamonds. That's crazy. Completed task 1.1, first in cloud wrapper, created by in the version built entirely on FastAPI, Unicorn. So running a local script to entire deep IntelliJ is now an internet-ready HTTP API. Core capability to 8 distinct REST endpoints. Takes URL over text and pipes it into Gemini extraction engine. Not bad. your primary graph RAG query endpoint vigility evaluation. Not bad either. I've also built the verify API key middleware. Depends. When an agent sends an HTTP post request, they have to have an API key. Really good development. Really good. If it had forgotten about that, we would have had to remind it later on. Currently it's stubbed out to return a dummy tenant ID, but eventually it will query your new Supabase API key table to find exactly which tenant is making the request. You can test the server locally right now by running unicorn main app data. For a note before you test, right now the endpoints work perfectly for a single tenant local graph. However, the tenant ID from the API isn't actually being passed down into these Cypher queries yet. I'm ready to dive into multi-tenancy graph. A question before we do that. All those IDs may pass down. We don't need to refactor the ingestion just yet. You're saying the entire intelligence layer is now an internet issue. Okay, so does that mean running this one command turns on all turns on the backend scrapers. Retrieval logic to strictly enforce the ID boundaries. Let's create some fake tenants through a simple query so we can actually pass dummy variables. Let's set everything up. All the basics. To set those up. Okay, this is pretty good now. Let's go back and check on progress. No running only starts stuff out if you have several external agents to talk to because of the architecture has established in their own isolated process. Always run 2 terminals in prod. This is that your server get bogged down in a massive website you API never drops a user request. Awesome. Setting up the C data and service connection of written a C script directly into your repo. But no, it's a fake company with a hashed API key. The actual plaintext API key you will use to test your API is test123. Next update of main.py to include the official superbase py SDK. Load up the secrets in your .env file. Add those. I don't want to. Anytime I mess with the .env file, I might have to like do this. But yeah, while getting that done, let me actually mess with the .env file. It's so sad. Okay. Let's add the project ID for Superbase, and then we'll go and find the Superbase service key next. Should be in the project settings, API keys, legacy, anon, service role, data, copy. Cool. Save the .env. Accept all of these. Okay. And then obviously get rid of the .env. And we'll go back to showing the screen. You can find this in Superbase dashboard. Okay, yeah. Not the anon public key because the agency in your API unauthenticated. Therefore, your fast API backend must use the admin service key to bypass RLS and look up the API key hash. Once your .env is updated, run Unicorn main app. You can now use Postman Crawl to hit your server. Okay. One other question that I was thinking about regarding the purpose. I was trying to run multiple requests yesterday and came to the realization that there is no parallelization for splitting of requests made by people. Right. Request was weights between requests and that's horrible. The best way to run parallelization for running multiple servers once realistically with the idea of being able to scale up every member based on demand in future with minimal architectural changes. Oh wow. I have to rotate that now. I'm sorry. Oh no, you didn't see all of it. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, let's see. This guy's still working. I want to add these. The prompt as well. We have live in the description, and we're also getting this video in the description, and then we're turning this into a video. One video, 8 seconds, should be fine. Ideally nothing bad will happen over them. You fit on the exact reason why we chose Arc and Redis for the headless forager. They were the color processing 3 URLs sequentially within a single massive background task. As a parallelization, we should execute all 3 URLs in one function when we just split the job into microtasks. I've just pushed an architectural update to call work it apply to solve this perfectly. Dispatcher, when JIT evaluation fails, it now accepts that go find the with as well 3 individual script URL tasks in the Redis queue. The function just boots up playwright, scrapes the single specific URL, runs it through Gemini, and dies. The Redis has out this architecture skills horizontally with exactly 0 code changes. The user queue fills up with 300 scrape URL tasks, 10 sheep cloud VMs on all of them. Oh my god! They will all connect to the same Redis host, and Arc will automatically distribute the 300 microtasks across all 10 servers simultaneously. 300 URLs will be scraped in parallel in seconds. That's insane. Also added max jobs equals 10. Okay, perfect. Since Playwright is incredibly heavy on RAM, this physically prevents a single worker machine from trying to open 50 invisible Chrome browsers at the same time and crashing itself. This micro-tasking. Add these changes. We've been making change log please. Also add a task to set up the service name phase 3 extension. And I need to see the database. it just started. It's amazing. It's gonna be so cool when once it's done. Specifically, explicitly. Modify the entire possibility to show every single person feeling and tracking data with those standard images of the art. This was time awesome. Video background task feature navigation called so this is the non-graph context. One from the instruction the background and talking the shade. You take the user logs and then potent billing take into track meter events. Okay, now that you're ready to see it, and you can screen tracking on from doing we have one final piece of plumbing that if you want to take an exam, you're ready to use data in your architecture. We could never have done this just if we had done this first and then did the tape.
Time's up. Gotta move. Time's up. Gotta move. Time's up. Gotta move.
Overdraft limit reached. It's so savage, by the way. I have to admit, that's fucking savage. Like, imagine reaching a limit on how long it can be young, and like other people can just like keep paying off a subscription to life, but you can't. You know, savage as shit. Okay, there's a wide shot looking out over the city from inside the penthouse. The elevator doors are closed. Chadwick is back on his levitating lounge, surrounded by overgrown alien jungle, illuminated by the orange smoke outside. Luckily, I have a picture of Chadwick on his levitating lounge chair. You just be chilling and shit, you know. I need to also include a picture of him with the overgrown jungle. Let's generate 2 of these. Okay, let's go back. And he's still working at it. Just chill. These are still going. Okay. Finally, what we're gonna do with these is we're actually gonna use Flow's internal builder. I like this one immediately. I think it's like good enough, you know. Chadwick Ouroboros in the penthouse. Chadwick Chad Ouroboros. By the way, I don't know if you guys have heard of like all this stuff that's going on in Cape Town. Pretty savage stuff, to be honest. And this is my stream cut off. Oh, and we're back. Yeah. Excuse my internet difficulties. It is what it is. Anyway. Let me go back to this. There's an ultra wide shot. The camera has pulled her far back out of the penthouse window, showing the glowing white citadel hovering miles above the dark, rusty smoke. I kind of want to generate the video immediately. I don't want to give it time to try and like figure things out. Just give me what I want, honestly. I've added the picture, add the bronze, change the generation style. This is just ingredient. We're obviously generating just one video, so this is fine. Just send it. Just 1.2 is entirely complete. Okay, we have successfully engineered strict data isolation directly into the graph architecture. This is how the system now works. This fast API, which validates the API keys, fetches 10ID from Superbase and securely injects it into every backend tool call. Nice. MCP servers, oil drill down tools, and handlers now accepted 10ID context natively. Nice. We have a UID5 generation logic that cryptographically salts the payload hash with the tenant ID. If two different companies upload the exact same article, they will generate two entirely isolated nodes in the graph that do not collide. Interesting. Every single cipher merge and create statement now forcibly stamps tenant ID onto every document, entity, context fragment, atomic fact, claim, and transaction hook. OKDB's ultra-fast ORO login vector search now actively intercepts queries with where tenant ID equals, physically preventing one tenant from ever retrieving another tenant's facts. Is this really the best direction? I don't think so. And the reason behind that is simply because the substrate is supposed to be available to every agent. So I genuinely thought that this was just going to enforce authentication and not really like enforce the information layer such that pieces of information can belong to like certain groups of people, and other people just can't really have access to it. I think, yeah, before testing we need to roll that back. Like, all we generally need to do is just enforce that the only people who have access to information are real tenants from our database. That's all we need to enforce. Right? We shouldn't be so. Now that I think about it, this subject is supposed to make all information available to everyone. Carry this resolution, not the main feature, but a sub-feature that has its own exposed tools. So imagine someone has secret information that others can't add, right? And they can request it immediately and have that persisted over time and develop and change and things. But the main feature of the Dutch rates has to be allowing any agent access to all information all the time, except for the secret information that only it has access to. So the default for any request has to be the question: is this agent allowed access? And if true, give information. If the information is not explicitly access restricted, by tenant. So here's the logic to fit the above. Instead of please, this is amazing. This is awesome. Let's add this to the scene. We'll add this to the scene as well. I love the TikTok dance, bro. It's not even a proper TikTok dance too. It's just like the dude is just exceptionally happy to get his serum. Okay, let's switch to the scene builder. Yeah, still making those changes. This, can I split this here, please? I can actually do the edits locally. I kind of wanna get rid of the part where he turns away again. Like it has to be like, oh okay, this thing blows open.
Okay, delivering my serum. Hit that like and subscribe.
Just take it.
Like, seriously? This has been going on forever. Just pause the video already. Ugh. I'm literally crying a diamond.
Time's up. Gotta move.
That's horrible. actually want to keep it like as is, like no more editing. Is that horrible of me? I think it might just be horrible of me. I mean, okay, this is exporting right now. Completely, oh my god, the glaze, bro. Completely solves the cost out problem for new enterprise users because they immediately get access to the massive pre-existing global knowledge graph, also being able to upload their own proprietary documents securely. I've re-architected the entire graph RAG logic to fit this new paradigm. Entities are now entirely public, and entities just a concept. Two different companies talk about Apple, they should connect to the same node. Shows the graph stays incredibly dense, it does a shadow tacitly line. The first API and access the optional is private true flag in adjacent body by default it is false. How do you see go about the graph? If an agent sets its private equals true, the database transfers onto the document. Also update the ID generated to cryptographically sort the ID with tenant ID if it's private. That's pretty cool. If two companies upload the exact same NDA secretly, it creates two separate nodes so they can delete them independently. That is solid. Okay. Yeah, they updated the vector search SQL and also for traversal logic for the MCP tools. I thought it would create like a new MCP tool for actually adding information, but that already exists. All you need to do is just add a flag to make sure that that was private. Pretty cool. An agent queries the graph and instantly gets the best global intelligence plus any top secret facts that belong exclusively to their own tenant ID. This is pretty flippin' awesome. This is pretty amazing. When I think of the applications, I get like a little bit excited. Just a little bit excited. Amazingly done. Just make sure you update, change loads, and the readme based on the current capabilities of the project and the development direction. Skip we're heading for. I do have to admit, it's pretty fucking solid. After doing that, I want you to draft a rating document for local testing so I can run tests, and then if anything needs fixing, we'll get that done before moving on. I still need to set up payment accounts, and it might not be Stripe. I think it already downloaded. By the way, I still need to watch this actually. And I also need to generate the audio. It's a good thing I remembered. What is this name of the project? The ad-free biological tier. Wano Kaoga. Okay. I'm so glad that I developed these previously. So now I can just like come in here and then be like, hey, you know, let's do this, you know. Let's do this. Okay, this is awesome. I will get this done as soon as I'm done with this. For now, let's go to Gemini 3.1 flash TTS. I wonder if it's like able to understand literally everything. Actually, I have to find like the best voice for this. I'm not even sure. Mixed with an existential crisis, bro.
What's a skill you'd like to develop? Ready to make something amazing?
No, not with you.
What do you want to explore?
What do you want to do? Not what other people want to do. What do you want to do?
What kind of problem could we solve?
What kind of masterpiece are we aiming for?
This is amazing. Yes. Yes. I want this one. Yeah, of course, like, this will obviously be speaker 1 yet again. I just cannot duplicate these. Like having to set it up again and again, it's so boring. Okay, this is solid now. But our free trial of serotonin expired 3 years ago, bro. Like, what? Like, imagine your free trial of serotonin just expires one day, and you're so cooked. Like, you'd be so cooked. Like, there's literally no going back from that. You're so gone. Let's run this and then just like we'll see what output we get. Yeah, we'll see. Come back here. So we finally have this set of tests that we can run, which is nice. UAT for the plan, which is the SaaS API and hybrid intelligence layer. Dubstrata. I like where this project is going now. Like, it's pretty cool. The idea is to not add like way too many moving pieces, at least not at first. We want like a solid thing that just works, and then we will keep building onto it the more demand that we get.
So, I finally upgraded to the ad-free biological tier. I mean, seeing your cells decay in real time is literally so 2024. Premium Eternity plan just automatically renews your telomeres. It's a vibe. Honestly, death is just a paywall now. Like, I am not watching a 30-second unskippable ad just to keep my kidneys functioning. Of course, you still have to get the updates delivered. This is Blythe. Blythe is doing her best. She's 24, but her free trial of serotonin expired 3 years ago, so she's radiating major haunted Victorian child energy. She brought me my juice. I did the little dance. It's called trickle-down economics, babe. Look it up. Oops. Spilled a drop. Now my apartment is a sentient rainforest. Whatever. Put it on my tab. I don't live the plants anyway.
Jesus fuck.
Blythe's biological overdraft just hit. She just aged a decade.
Damn.
Bestie really needs to secure the bag. Or at least a decent moisturizer. Anyway, use my promo code NEPPLEBABY for 10% off your first century. Don't forget to like and subscribe to existing.
That was awesome. That was awesome. That was amazing. I don't even... Holy... 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 Let me just put this in here and then I'll open up the project in a new window of anti-grav. I hope it knows like what to do with this actually. I'm worried that it might not. Okay, let's go back here and see. So it documented the hybrid intelligence architecture, and then it did a deep rewrite, and now we have all this stuff. Let's read through the UAT now. So the depth strata intelligence layer, it has a focus on local testing of authentication, stripe billing, and public or private graph rank. By the way, we still haven't set up by stripe billing. So also I hope, like, when is Stripe getting the expansion to South Africa? Actually, look at this. You know what? Stablecoin payouts are also good. But at the end of the day, it won't even be humans paying us. It'll be agents, if you really think about it. So we could integrate something like X402 or whatever, like handle stablecoin payments. That actually works. That's actually really solid, okay? We can do a huge pivot to X402. Let's see this stuff. I feel like his voice might have been sped up because the video is just longer.
So, I finally upgraded to the ad-free biological tier. Seeing your cells decay in real time is literally so 2024. Premium Eternity Plan just automatically renews your telomeres. It's a vibe. Honestly, death is just a paywall now. Like, I'm not watching a 30-second unskippable ad just to keep my kidneys functioning. Of course, you still have to get the updates delivered. This is life. Life is doing fast. He's 24, but her free trial of serotonin expired 3 years ago, so she's radiating major haunted Victorian child energy. You brought me my juice. I did the little dance. Called trickle-down economics, but look it up. Spilled a drop. My apartment is a sentient rainforest. Whatever. Give him a tab. I'm gonna live the planets anyway. I'm late. Life's biological overdraft just hit. I just aged a decade. Weeks. I'll start putting these to secure the bag. Or at least a decent moisturizer. Anyway, use my promo code NEPPLEBABY for 10% off your first century. And like and subscribe to existing.
Yeah, this is hard. This is good. It's good. There was a section in the middle where some of the video and audio were just like not aligning because you just kept yapping and yapping and yapping. Let's go. I need the trademark. Okay, this is good enough.
Free biological tier. Seeing your cells decay in real time is literally so 2024. The premium eternity plan just automatically renews your telomeres. It's a vibe. Honestly, death is just a paywall now. I'm not watching a 30-second unskippable ad just to keep my kidneys functioning. Of course, you still have to get the updates delivered. This is Blythe. Blythe is doing her best. She's 24, but her free trial of serotonin expired 3 years ago, so she's radiating major haunted Victorian child energy. I brought me my juice. I did the little dance. It's called trickle-down economics, babe. Look it up. Oops. Spilled a drop. My apartment is a sentient rainforest. Whatever. Give me a tab. I don't leave the planets anyway. Wait. Blythe's biological overdraft just hit. I just aged a decade. Yikes. Steve really needs to secure the bag. Or at least a decent moisturizer. Anyway, use my promo code NEPPLEBABY for 10% off your first century. Like and subscribe to existing. So, I finally upgraded to the ad-free biological tier. Seeing your cells decay in real time is literally so 2024. Premium
Seeing yourself decay in real time is so 2024. This is so good, by the way. I have to admit, it's really, really good. What is this? Is it Unitree? That's pretty hard. Okay, whatever. Keep it moving. We need to run curl requests, and I don't even know how we're gonna do that. This might require us to. How can I run curl requests in the browser? Where's Chrome? And of course it's a Chrome web browser extension, even though I searched up Microsoft. It should be... Okay, let's get this extension. I'll add the extension over here. So Chrome is now installed. Are you serious? I have to type curl? Well, it's not. Excuse me. Alright, let's make it. We can type code commands over here, which is nice. Let's see if this will actually not work. We have to boot the gateway locally first, otherwise things won't be set up properly. Let's do that. And we started the application locally, which is nice. We also have to start the scrapers. Let's do that very quickly. Okay, while that's working, let's read through this. So ArcadeDB is constantly running. And Redis is also running, which is nice. Supabase has been initialized, and we also got the Supabase service secret and put it in locally, which is good too. Now it's giving us test scenarios. We just have to plop these code requests in. Invalid or missing API key. Okay, let's write down the test results over here. Scenario 1 results are as follows. For number 1, we sent a request but no header. Sent a request and got a 403. Which is awesome. Test number 2. We send a request with an invalid API key. We got an internal server error. That's interesting. And that's only because we got a 500. That's interesting. There is no module. When I checked the logs, I saw the following under the FastAPI. Awesome. Let's run test scenario number 3. Query the graph using the same. That was Project Apollo. And again, any type of Supabase handling seems to always give us internal server errors. Test 4 will run it, but it should realistically give us the same issue. Yeah. Internal server. Test 5. Okay, this is going well. Amen. Oh, we're still working at it over here. I'll be back in a moment. Let me just So Twitch is closing to 500. By the way, I have food again. So when I start like chewing and stuff, don't be too surprised. Oh, Twitch is closing to 500 journal server. I have successfully resolved both of them. Look for you. That designation, the fact that he said resolving locally, tells me that there might be issues if he was able to do it. Like there might be workarounds that need to get done the moment we deploy. But you have to go on. A module not found error because Superbase didn't exist, so we had to pip install Superbase. That's fair. And then it was a SHA 256. And then, okay, so there was an encryption issue with the API keys, that's fine. He thinks everything went wrong. Funny enough, there was an issue with the workers. So let me pass this along so that it hopefully gets resolved ASAP. Because the SHA-256 hash of the was mathematically incorrect when the file hash to outcome. It didn't match. I generated a correct, updated the and ran a quick patch to update your live Superbase table. Okay, this is fine. probably a good idea. I had this idea while I was showering. I miss cabbage. I want to eat cabbage one of these days. Okay. I'm running the tests again. Let's see. So I'm guessing I need to restart the workers and also restart the server. Oh no, the server restarts itself based on the updates, which is pretty cool. Let's run this team. Result as expected. Number 2. That's interesting. Set invalid API key. Was I supposed to run this Supabase? I think that actually is the case. Let's go over to Supabase, find the API key section, replace the already existing one. Actually, something tells me that he already did the migration himself. Right, as he said here, he generated the correct hash, updated the Supabase seed file, and ran a quick patch to update the live Supabase table. Okay then, this is good. This was an invalid API key. When made of high hash rate common token compared to database match. Interesting. Alright, it seems like this is the right API key actually. I see those ones. I love this loading screen. And this is actually working. Embedding abstract, embedding one play, embedding two videos. Now it's done. Now I'm going to query the same prompt that we just ingested apparently. This should be quick. Why is it taking like 10 milliseconds? Interesting. That was private data that had just been ingested. Yeah, the API key is invalid. We don't have a second tenant, unfortunately. devouring this shit when I should be continuing this work. You are paying to read garbage. Imagine sitting at a desk trying to write a single review post of unformatted nothing trash. Just extract 2 sentences about thermodrotling. It burns cognitive bandwidth. If a librarian woke up, snap the books up and burn it for them energy when you mix up with the exact record needed. You pay whatever they ask. That librarian doesn't exist for humans. I'll try to that librarian for the next humans. This is so hard. Fuck. Disgusting. Except I'm not gonna say the name of the thing. No name announcements just yet either. Cognitive. The librarian works up, smash the books of you. Burn the thing and you discover the exact variable. That librarian doesn't exist for humans. But the next billion things. That's hard. That's so hard. You know what? Everyone becomes with or without the friendship. You can't help it. You're either existing online or someone is using your likeness for something. But you will always just like be online somewhere. Whether it's in some Facebook server as a persona is supposed to be representative of a data point in the subset of people that you come from that allows them to make better predictions on your people. Or you're an unread DM in the DMs of a celebrity. Yeah, you will exist somewhere online. Be back soon. My name is, and I just saw a job post on LinkedIn. Just realized my resume is clear, and I know that the business searching to the video. But quite frankly, I'm burnt out from that job searching too tired to make a video, so I elected not to do it. Just because you have something doesn't mean you use it, right? Oh. Let's go into the SQL editor and add this. Ideally, this should add tenant number 2. Awesome. And if this reloads properly, we should see someone. Nice. And then once we run the acceptance testing again, we should ideally be able to see something. If the test was to literally figure out whether or not there would be like some leakage between tenants. So if one tenant ingested some private data that they were going to use, yeah, it would get queried, and then the idea is that like it needs to get found before, which is really useful. So yeah, well done. Instead of instantiating searches, is this an extra feature? That doesn't need to be thought of right now. Give me 1 second. You actually already built this capability. Hello. Right now, if an agent hits the ingestion point, Dopstar will pass that through the extraction engine, map it into a private claim node, and lock it away. Private graph right now. Pretty cool. Knowledge and state memory. True. That's true. Must handle both global knowledge and privacy. If I were architecting the roadmap, I would eventually build a dedicated episodic memory state. Completely bypasses LLM extraction. That would be kind of crazy. No. Yeah, true. We put it up to like this should be cool. Like, I get the point, right? Like, this is something that agents have access to, and we don't want agents to just get access to secret information like this. So it should just be simply something that a program like a Python function can deterministically hit to get information, and then use that to do certain actions, like especially when it's like secret information that you don't want to like expose to OpenAI or something, you know. This slaps so hard. In the phase 4 document, I scoped out exactly how we eventually turned up into the permanent layer of truth by adding episode memory, KV, store, sleep cycles, sub-agentic RBAC. All of these features are going to get spiked over here. Like, and also, if we ever work on them, I want to promise myself right now, I'm not touching phase 4 until maybe like a month into the future. Like maybe until like June. That's when I touch that's when I'd ever touch phase 4. But until then, we're not touching phase 4 at all. Okay. Holy. We're not touching phase 4 until June. Remember that. It's only gonna be phase 3 for now. Literally just like BDSM. Business development, sales, and marketing, okay? Okay. However, I placed a strict stake on the ground at the bottom of the document. Product for the developer portal is the MVP finish line. None of those other features matter right now until a developer can go to website, click generate, put their credit card into Battle, and start paying the Fast API backend. That's true. That is true. Nothing matters until, you know, we start getting proper users. But technically, phase 5, like task 5, like project 5 is still really important. Because so what if we have a website that someone could go to find us if we can't even like make ourselves publicly available? Because a lot of people don't even search websites anymore. They search these aggregator sites that condense information everywhere. That's literally what we are as well. Like, we're an aggregator. We wouldn't be doing this if we didn't think aggregation was like such a major big thing. So yeah, we are going to somehow find ourselves in attention aggregators, whether that be social media or launch sites or MCP client sites or NPM, you know, NPX, like literally everywhere you could think of, like anything that aggregates super important stuff, we will be there. So, but I appreciate having drawn the line here. I think that's good. Let's check out phase 4 expansion plan actually. Okay, so the idea here is to scale from an intelligent CDN. How do I open up a preview? Hey, I have an idea. I can copy the path. By the way, I have to mention, I love this song. Genuinely love this song. It's so annoying how much I love this song. Like, okay, this is phase 4, the primary layer of truth expansion plan. Focus is scaling from an intelligent CDN into an omniscient, self-managing agent operating system backend, while maintaining extreme focus on the current MVP launch. Again, there's a reason why I said we wouldn't be touching this till June. I know just how crazy this will be. It's very easy to like make websites and become publicly available to people and like launch and like product launch or product hunt or whatever it's called. But actually, like ideally, I even want to like put a backstop and say, okay, let's get like 5 users or even like 5 test users. You know, let's get something like that, and then maybe see where we go from there. Like, if we get proper validation, like if people use our services and like, hey, we actually appreciate this, like our token usage costs have gone so low because we were doing like this crazy competitor research every single day, and we're just wasting tokens because we were hitting websites and getting like disgusting, dirty HTML. We're so grateful for what you've done for us, and we can be like, yes, awesome. You know, this is why we do what we do. But until then, okay. So yeah, we want to become the definitive permanent layer of truth for autonomous agents. And while projects 1 to 3 are incredibly exciting architectural leap, project 4 is a strict MVP requirement needed to start generating revenue today. Sure. So this project 1, which is episodic memory cable store, this is a really interesting idea, which is what I was thinking about like a few moments before. Well, it's like having something, so like we're already storing secret information. We can do that, right? So imagine hitting an endpoint and then getting secret CloudMD, like, okay, not CloudMD files, but like really like past conversations maybe that you had stored locally, but then you backed up globally on our networks. Right? That would be pretty cool to get those. Why is this quiet? Okay, we're back online, babies. Yeah, so here we have 15 character API keys or chat transcriptions as a bunch of tokens. We will build a new memory endpoint that bypasses the Gemini extraction pipeline, allows agents to drop raw JSON payloads. I don't know if there's like any security details we need to figure out for them. Directly into RKDB as memory store nodes, which is interesting. Link these nodes strictly to 1090s. Agents can now use Darkstrata as a lightning fast key value store for their internal brain state, unifying their knowledge and memory. Again, this won't be that difficult to implement. It's just like implementing a new type of node and then maybe adding a few tables to... Okay, no, we don't want to track these. We're just going to implement a new type of nodes. We're going to implement a new tool for getting that information. And then we expose an endpoint with Fast API, and then it should be fine. Product 2 is the active graph synthesis. So Darkstrata ingests facts continuously over months. Conflicting facts from different sources will accumulate. The graph needs to own itself without being lost. This was so important, like, because one of the major things that I kept thinking about initially was like, what is truth? Like, if you're looking at multiple websites and say hypothetically you're searching for Elon Musk and one website tells you that Elon Musk has 16 kids and another one tells you he has 20 kids, which one do you actually believe, right? There has to be a way for us to clean up our concept of truth. And my idea for this was like, I genuinely could not be completely sure, right? Like, it would always be, we need to get as many, like, it's basically just gonna be consensus based. So as many information providers as possible, and make them as high authority as possible, and then make sure, and then just like look at everything they're saying, and if what they're saying actually makes sense, then that's the truth, right? That would basically have been my approach to this. Is it the right approach? Who knows? You know, possibly not. I see what this guy has to say. So it's like, it would have been to build an autonomous background daemon that activates during low traffic server hours, and then the daemon traverses the graph, identifies classes of claims linked to the same entity, feeds them to an LLM to evaluate for contradictions and redundancy. The LLM merges these classes into a single highly dense truth node with calculated confidence score based on source trust, significantly optimizing the graph density. I'm not so sure about this. The thing with LLM is that they have their own bias, so you can't really trust them highly. At least we can't trust them highly. If we were operating our own LLMs and like we fine-tune them to be as truthful as possible, whatever that means, then we could absolutely trust that. But still, like, even a bias to truth is a bias in and of itself, you know? So, I mean, the consensus-based approach is probably good. There's also this approach of like just aggregating and checking. This is fine. And then sub-agent RBAC, role-based access controls. A single enterprise tenant doesn't have just one agent, they have a fleet of agents. They need granular data compartmentalization. See this? This is amazing. Yes. Okay. And then finally, a developer portal and marketing. None of the above matters if developers compile the product must establish authority, handle user onboarding, demonstrate token overcharge override. This is the next step. We build a Next.js React front-end dashboard, build a dynamic ROI. This is so important. I remember there was in the past, the dude I used to work with had like an ROI calculator on his landing page, and I always asked him like, why does he have that, like how useful is it? He could never actually give me an answer. All he could see was like he needed a sales asset that would draw people in, and back then it made sense because like people didn't know how to code and the coding agents were actually horrible. This was like late 2020, no, this was early 2025. Like back then it kind of made sense. Now it doesn't anymore. Now code is so cheap that like you can literally prompt an LLM and it'll calculate ROI for you for anything. But still having this on there would be nice. So yeah, this is honestly not bad. Not bad at all. Wait, relax. No shifts. Okay, we're still in phase 3. We've only just tested the first project. We now need to be able to manage contract page. Let me check something very quickly. So we have just done like 2 requests, so we should be getting stuff in the API usage logs. If we aren't, then we'll know that's something that needs to get looked at. And this is taking a million years to load. Oh. Interesting. Okay, it is making the appropriate updates, which is awesome. the Chinese are gonna own the universe one day. Okay. So I was doing my own little investigation on the side. We can't do this, right? Maybe I just generally want access. I just saw that from you. Let me validate the truth of this statement, please. Obviously retarded stripe. Let's go and check out the dogs. I sell subscriptions as a SaaS startup. God recently released this thing with like Asian payments or whatever. That's why I'm like a little bit interested. But also stable. If I want to handle micropayments. trying to find some South Africa stuff. Countries. This was only updated in 2023. Jeez, man, come on, update your docs. No, I don't have an account. I have to create an account just to ask them a question. Let's go to YouTube. Okay, that's crazy. Yeah. Okay, we're doing stable coins, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. You are absolutely right, and apologies for jumping the gun. We're firmly still at phase 3. Yes, we are, bro. Let's talk about the reality of Pamela, especially as a developer in South Africa. You get the exact world the plague global the fiat financial system is highly exclusionary, as matters and full of wind. Since Data is an API built specifically for autonomous AI users, using crypto for micropayments isn't just a workaround for your location, it's actually the most cutting-edge native way to build this. The Asian wallet trend, companies like Coinbase are actively building SDKs so AI agents can have their own wallets. If an Asian wallet needed from Data should need a human credit card, it should just pay you 0.001 USDC or Satoshi. No one's using Satoshis, buddy. Alpha 02 Lightning. This is HTTP 402 payment request sent. If an agent queries your fast API server without enough credits, the server returns a 402 status code containing a cryptographic invoice. Pretty intense. 0 chargebacks, instant payments, transaction fees on Solana or Lightning Network of fractions of a cent, making pay per query micropayments a reality. Pretty awesome. Wow. If a human developer at an enterprise company as Microsoft or a traditional bank wants to use your API, their accounting department will likely refuse pay in crypto. You might lock out traditional to development. Interesting. This is not for them, though. So it's fine. If you decide you absolutely must accept traditional care products to temporarily to develop a title of the settlement, the act as a national record is the title of the APIs is for you. Well, you're subject to the customer federal charges around 5% per transaction. Because of that, you can offer some money. Fuck me. Oh my god, bruh. I didn't know I ordered slapperoni and cheese. What the fuck? You know what's funny? A few months back, imagine this, right? You're me, right? You understand the value and potential of crypto. You also understand the value and potential of AI. You're trying to merge them together. So what do? You come up with this concept of, contracts are always dirty, you know, some contracts are just dirty. Because you used to mess around with crypto back in 2020, you understand just how bad things can get for someone who's like inexperienced. You could totally get scammed. Back then, you got into a few scams and managed to scrape your way out with, you know, like a bit of cash in that crypto run, whatever. That's not important though. What is important is that you understand the system, or at least you think you do. You want to create some kind of contract validation system that integrates AI. Effectively, whenever a new contract gets created, you ingest the details, you find the contract details, you send all of that information to AI. The AI model effectively validates whether or not this contract is valid or not. How many people are, you know, participating, how much liquidity is in the vault, things like that. And then it effectively makes the decision of whether or not to buy the token. You would have used this system to automate crypto transactions. The problem though was that you got sidetracked, right? You started getting involved in other projects, and then that just became like a side project that you never touched ever again. Now you're unemployed and you're back here again, literally in almost the exact same place. Well, it's like you understand the value of crypto, you also understand the value of AI, and you mess around with both for like a really long time, and like it's really funny. It's really funny, you know, it's so funny. But yeah, I do want to go with the agentic future standard, and the reason behind that is just like there was a huge massive interest in OpenClaw, but that like all that interest has actually died out. But just because the interest has died out doesn't mean the technology isn't valid. So what I mean is, like, a lot of people are still using that agentic roaming technology. It's just like it's more integrated into the actual existing services. Claude literally stole the entire architecture and like rebuilt it inside Claude. So now Claude can run all by itself without you, like whether you wanted to or not. OpenAI literally like bought the entire project. Actually, they hired the dude and then they bought the entire project, which is pretty insane. I wouldn't be surprised if Google was redesigning Gemini to actually function like that as well. Although Google, you know, they're not like the other guys. Like, they don't have to make things work. They're doing it for the love of the game, because they already have, like, their revenue generation mechanisms are already sort of tethered to their ads and other services, so they're not relying on this. Like, I'm not sure about like the Q1 earnings for Google. It was quite a lot though, but yeah, they don't need this to like work, so like they can do their own stuff. Like, they can solve protein folding or whatever, or like solve medicine for the whole of humanity, you know. Like, they genuinely have time to do that type of stuff because it's motherfucking Google. But anyway, this is why I know that this is still gonna happen. And like, not only am I sure that it's gonna happen, I'm sure that there's gonna be some kind of future integration for websites as well. Like, we're not paying anything to crawl websites right now, but we might pay in the future. Because again, people will be interacting with websites less and less. They'll just be interacting with chat engines or like literal interfaces, which are AIs. So AIs are going to be interacting with websites for them, right? You don't go to Netflix anymore to like research what movie to watch. You ask an AI model and it does the research for you on like IMDb, scrapes IMDb, looks at ratings, understands your user preferences, and then it comes back and says, oh yeah, you should probably watch this with your girlfriend, you know. Like, that's effectively what is going to happen, or what happened in the future. So the two layers of where the scraping can happen is like, either the agent goes to a website, pays to scrape, takes in all of that HTML, which is gonna flood its context window, which actually limits its ability to actually make proper decisions, or it comes to us and it pays us to scrape for them. And funny enough, we could be cheaper than like it would be for them to scrape on the website. Right? I think I have heard of like Cloudflare and a few other massive web providers debating this pay per scrape type of situation, and I think it would be cool. So like, the idea here is just like to implement this with all those futures in mind. The future in which I'm not going to websites anymore. It's my agent doing that for me. I am, so like any research, any activity online, that can be handled by agents that can do any work. And if they need research, if they need proper information about where to go or what to do even, they'll obviously need information sources. I'm just wondering like how well integrated this is, like what are the options when it comes to agentic future payments. I think this validates a bit of research, so I might just watch like one of these videos actually.
I think that financial services is being disrupted in a much more radical way than you would generally get the impression of if you were kind of a distracted observer like most people are. What are the next big opportunities in fintech? You've had a great run of it, but what's coming next?
Firstly, 100% right. I think if I had to say which is the most disruptive time ever for financial services, it's literally now. And why is that? We have a number of tailwinds coming into the industry. Depending on where you sit, it could be a headwind or a tailwind. So, but for
from
us,
our point of view,
from our point of view, they're tailwinds, and those are essentially one is Web 3.0, and Web 3.0 has now come of age. Web 3.0 has been around for a while, but
Web 3.0 has been in existence for like 10 years now. Okay, it just wasn't taken seriously because of the pre-existing, what is it? I'm not even sure. What's the word? Contingent? No, it's the pre-existing systems that that actually were already there. And now when these guys are talking as if Web 3.0 is something that is emerging and growing outside, but it's more like it is integrating itself into everything, more like that's, I think that's the way I would like to think of it, right? It's like maybe humans didn't have a need to have all these payment processing integrated everywhere, right? Because our attention is monetizable, but you can't monetize agent attention. You have to monetize agent scraping instead. So that's that. I think that's what it means.
Does it mean?
Web 3.0 is the whole stablecoin, Bitcoin,
DeFi, decentralized finance.
For many years, it was a little bit sitting on the periphery of the mainstream. Why?
But it was very much a solution looking for a problem.
Solution looking for a problem, periphery because the regulators didn't like it.
Yeah.
And with the new U.S. administration, they pushed very hard to bring this into the mainstream and create a regulatory framework which has made it now very mainstream. And that's now spilled over to pretty much all other jurisdictions. So this has become a real industry now, which didn't exist. But this has fundamentally going to change.
My internet is horrible.
Markets, because financial markets, whether it's payments or everything, largely relied on some form of centralized authority or centralized technology, and now we're moving to this concept of decentralized finance and decentralized.
I mean, one use case to simplify things. You know, we're not talking.
I wish I was living in like Gabon or something, you know, because like that's like financial market capital. Like there's always some kind of fintech startup in Nigeria or like, you know, West Africa. Like there's so many of them out there. Like I wonder. I'm trying to go. Actually, Nigeria. You know, I'm watching you guys.
Crypto here, or sure, but we're not. It's more stable coins. Stable coins for payments, for instant transfers. So many companies that you would never guess today already are using stable coins to actually do the treasury management. And rather than effectively using the banking system and doing swift transfers and having large pools of capital in each country, trapped in each country.
It frees us up from these shackles of the 5
Because it's
p.m.
instant, and you can net it all 24 hours a day.
24 hours a day. So we can actually move the money around 24 hours a day. We can actually put it on deposit for an hour, for 2 hours, for 10 hours. It is a very flexible system, and ultimately we think we're going to move our entire network to stablecoins. Now, think of that, because once you do that, all the big banks like your Citis and your JP Morgans, who are actually doing the cash management for these large corporates where they make a lot of money, all that gets sucked out of the traditional banking system and moves into the stablecoin.
Actually, no. They won't get sucked out. They'll just like create more mechanisms for friction. Right? Banks work really well because they're able to like create these methods of like friction. So like the fact that you have to go to a bank to ask for your cash. Like you go to a company and then you ask for a job and they tell you you have to have a bank account. So you go to a bank and then you ask them for a bank account and they make you pay to instantiate it, and then you give them your money and they make you pay every month for holding your money, and then you try to extract your money from it and they make you pay for that. You try to send your money, they make you pay for that. See, every single action that you can take within a bank is not frictionless. Everything has friction in it, and that's something they designed on purpose. So like when he's saying that all the value is going to move out, I don't think so, right? They will just like probably transition towards a new way of banking that's going to integrate stablecoins, and then they'll create these methods of generating friction within the system the exact same way they did it before, right? it's literally going to be the same. It's like, oh, we can, like it might even be like digital IDs for tracking like your stablecoin values or like your stablecoin accounts or whatever, and then you try to transfer out, that's another payment. Money comes in, that's another payment. Any payment you make through your phone, that's another payment. Like, you get me? Like, cash might not be physical, but it'll still be cash, and banks will still be banks. You'll just have like virtual
And
cards.
so who's making money from these pools completely changes. There's an entire transformation, and that's just one example.
And that's
of
on
how-
the large side of the scale. Then if you think about the nano side of the scale, micropayments. We've been talking about micropayments now for a decade. About micropayments is literally making payments for tiny little things, like, I don't know, buying 10 points on your Fortnite, to buy a skin, or something digital, something quick, something really fast. And up until now, it was either prohibited in terms of transaction fees, or you had to pool and wait. I mean, that's the reason why you get a monthly salary rather than a daily salary, right? At the end of the day, if you think about it. But all of a sudden, if you start being able to do micropayments on an instant basis and without frictional costs, you can have continuous flows of income into and out of the individual. And that reduces the need for the individual to have personal indebtedness as well. So you can see a shift away from the world of credit into the world of payments. If you see the subsectorial point that I'm making, so it's really fun. I mean, it's really fascinating what is happening.
And actually, this is a good lead into the next big aspect of what disruption, which is
Oh,
artificial
these guys are
intelligence.
cool.
I think the big thing that's coming to financial
Oh my
services,
god.
not the basic stuff, which is large language models being used for customer service and things like that. That's already there, right? The real stuff that's going to happen is agentic AI, right? Because you don't wake up in the morning thinking, I gotta like figure out what my finances are for today and think about my deposit products. That's like boring. You're really not interested in that, right? Most people just don't want to do that. So all of us are going to have an agent, an AI agent, and that AI agent is going to manage our finances, and it's going to talk to the AI agent of the bank, and they're going to talk to each other and actually deal with whatever we need to do on this micropayment aspect that
Okay, no. No. You're not gonna allow your payment to manage your bank account. You're gonna give an agent its own bank account, its own wallet that you deposit into as payment to the agent. And you're gonna allow the agent to take actions for you. The agent is going to take actions on the internet and it's gonna pay providers for access to information. That's what's gonna happen. You're going to effectively have a lot of agent employees that all tap into one or multiple wallets, and they take actions for you and they do things for you, and you become like a productive human being with a bunch of agents, and you can run like a one-person business with like a bunch of agents that do things for you on the internet. That's what's going to happen.
moves you from credit into payments, because they're going to move around the money 24/7 instantaneously. Make sure that you're maximizing your ability to use your liquidity in the right way. Make sure you're maximizing the returns on your savings, putting it into the right accounts. So agentic AI is fundamentally going to change financial services, and those institutions that don't build the right infrastructure, the technology infrastructure, which essentially is the APIs, where the agents actually interact and build their own agents to interact with these agents, are going to get left behind.
But that's on the individual consumer side. Then if you look at the impact of agentic AI, or in general generative AI, on pricing of products. If you look at, for instance, the concept of personalization of insurance policies, hyper-personalization
Jesus fuck.
is coming. In fact, it has been coming.
Imagine getting agent insurance. Wait, it already exists. Wait. I recently saw a dude marketing exactly that on X. I swear to God, it already exists. Insurance for your AI. Wait, but it kind of makes it kind of makes sense. Like, imagine you're an enterprise business and you're deploying agents, but your agents give you like shit outputs. You need insurance to be able to pay for any mistakes that those agents make. it's kind of like, yeah, it kind of makes sense, low key. Kind of makes sense.
I mean, for a while.
Kind of makes
And
sense.
AI is simply going to accelerate it. Now, that presents some very interesting problems, right? Because if I can price your life insurance to such a degree of precision, because I've got all your health data, I've got all your behavioral data, I understand, and when I say I, it could be you, by the way, it could simply be your own agentic AI that does all this analysis and then goes and actually prices its own policy. But if all of this data is utilized to price to perfection a product like insurance, an insurance policy, then my question to you is, what is the difference between an insurance policy and simply the net present value of all the future costs of your health management? What do I mean by this? If I can predict exactly when you're gonna get ill, when you're gonna have a heart attack, not you, but somebody, of course, etc., etc., in reality, it's so precisely priced that I'm doing no redistribution of risk. And the concept of insurance, how insurance was born, was to redistribute risk from the individual to
Oh,
the
that's
group,
interesting.
so that it could be affordable for everyone, both the ones that had high risk and the ones that had low risk. But if you continue with hyper-personalization of insurance, you might actually get to a point where you end up with a societal problem, which actually we are unsure how it's going to get addressed if not by regulators, where you have a swathe of the population that is uninsurable because the net present value is something unaffordable for them.
So unhealthy people won't be able to afford insurance.
Correct.
Healthy people will have very cheap insurance because it's an accurate reflection
Exactly
of the
right.
situation.
It's
And that's horrible if you think about it. And
That's
I
fucking
You say it's
useless.
horrible, it's more like looking reality in the face.
It is like looking reality in the face. But the reason why I don't think we're going to get there is because regulators understand that if you have this type of...
By the way, the second guy, I feel like he reframed it just to dumb down the effect. But how I read it when he said some people are just going to be uninsurable, it's not about health. Because like you're already generating data. So like it's literally hyper personalization means, oh, we know that that you take part in these types of actions, and that makes you unreliable, therefore we're not going to insure you, and that's it. That's what it means, right? Like whatever the insurance provider deems as uninsurable behavior means that they can literally lock you out of any credit, or I guess in his words, maybe any payments that they could possibly give you, which is kind of crazy if you really think about it. Like, and like the worst thing is that we're constantly generating data, right? We're constantly just like outputting data, and this data exists on the internet, and all it takes is just like someone with enough access to be able to read it and understand you to a T, right? If I generate like enough, if I make enough YouTube videos, streams of myself, I'm pretty sure a lot of people would understand like who I am and how I think. Again, like, and they'd be able to make relatively accurate predictions on, the things I might do, the actions I might take, my potential, right? Kind of terrifying. And also, I'm somewhat glad that the basic insurance that exists right now is only based on like your race, your current location, your current working behavior, transaction behavior, like things like that, things that can be inferred from all the data that you're generating within your financial / demographic, whatever. But like once you start integrating the internet, like the open internet, like social media, a lot of people get messed up. Actually, a lot of people get messed up.
Insurable and uninsurable division, the uninsurable are going to become a cost to the states, and as a result, it's going to be a subsidy if you want. And so I don't think regulators will allow that hyper personalization in the same way AI for credit scoring is another.
Yeah, I mean, I quickly touch on AI from credit scoring, because actually if you let an AI run your credit models, and there's been some testing on this a few times, particularly let's say you take a city, what ends up happening is that they will end up creating this concept of tail risk, right? The tail, the uninsurable tail, or the unlendable tail
Yeah.
comes in, and then it actually, not surprisingly, ends up in a.
You made number 2 in the world for the best performing growth capital fund.
If I had to say,
I'm just gonna watch the entire video. That was so cool. Who are these guys?
Finance
Yeah.
was so embedded in
Everywhere.
I don't even know what a bank is anymore, or what a bank
And you
does.
want.
Yeah.
And you want.
So actually, it says we are now piloting stablecoin across our entire network because it frees us up from these shackles. of
Did you
the
guys hear about like
fast
what
there's
is
a
it called? It's motherfucker Peter Thiel backed company that does pure stablecoin payments. It's a pure stablecoin bank that was launched like a month or two ago. Founded by what's his name? Danny? The guy looks like a rock star, but he's actually a coder. I saw them because they launched and then they got on TVPN. Pure stablecoin banks, ladies and gentlemen.
At it all, 24 hours a day.
Yeah, and so for them, this was an obvious thing. How do we actually bring the customer relationship? We create a subscription service. I think it's the same thing for Apple. And this is going to be the battleground. Battleground is going to be who owns the customer, and that's why embedded finance is such a core part of the tool set.
Wealth management needs to become and is becoming significantly more personalized, significantly more agentic, significantly more efficient.
That you've thus far described is incredibly disruptive to the status quo, but Bitcoin is incredibly disruptive to everything you've just described, isn't it?
Compelling investments can hide in plain sight. Brookfield's approach.
It reminds me of the recent stuff in the Epstein stuff, kind of like exposed to the fact that if Epstein wasn't the guy who invented Bitcoin, definitely had like close ties to him, and Bitcoin was like a huge psyop for extracting value from the economy or whatever, or from retail, as always, because retail is always getting fucked. Like everyone, the house always wins, and retail is not the house, buddy.
Private equity focuses on essential industrials and business services that help shape modern life, yet are often overlooked. It takes vision from an integrated team to see their potential, perspective from a $1 trillion ecosystem to acquire with precision, and expertise from more than a century of owning and operating businesses to build lasting value. It takes industry. Learn more at brookfield.com/ittakesindustry. You're listening to Fund Chat. I'm Ross Butler, and today my guests are Matteo Stefano. First year that you were eligible for inclusion, you made number 2 in the world for the best performing growth capital fund, and that was also.
It reminds me of Alex Karp, the thing he said about number 2. It's like the distance between number 1 and number 2 is so flippin' far. That guy, like the second guy, the Indian guy, actually got so annoyed when the guy said that. When the guy called him number 2, it's so funny. I can immediately tell he's super competitive. Or maybe I'm just projecting.
The first year that any non-North American fund had made the top 10. So that's the Oliver Gottschalk index, the Dow Jones one. We've got Oliver coming on the show later this year, actually. So you're obviously doing something very right. And I want to talk to you about what it is you're doing and how you can continue doing it. But first of all, I want to get a feel for where your conviction comes from. So back in 2014, what was it that made you think the world needed another fintech growth fund?
So we really met in 1998, where we joined a Wall Street firm called DLJ on the same day in the same team. So we were joining the financial services team. We'd both been in investment banking already. So
1995.
the prior years, Matteo was at.
That's like 30 years ago.
I'd been at.
That's the year before I was born. What the fuck?
Acquired by Credit Suisse.
They're
and we
old.
ended up at this institution, DLJ, which by the way was a fantastic institution. One morning, walking into the associate class and sort of got to know each other and became fast friends ever since. And we worked through DLJ, which then also got acquired by Credit Suisse, through to moving to Deutsche Bank around the 2004 period, all the way till 2009. So we worked all those years together and working very closely together in various forms. Matteo was running large parts of financial services across both Europe and the emerging markets. I was running global financial technology. We collaborated across that.
See, they won't even name your continent, bruh. They'll just say, oh, you're part of emerging markets. Emerging markets.
We became best friends. We ended up, I ended up
still
being
best friends,
still best friends,
which is the biggest
yeah.
achievement.
Indeed. So, Matteo was godfather to my children. I was the best man at his wedding. So it was a very, very close relationship. And in 2009, as you know, we had the global financial crisis, and it was a kind of an interesting period because one sort of sat up and said, what are we going to do at this point? Are we going to continue to sort of focus on investment banking, which at
fuck no, we're going to use this situation and arbitrage more. We're going to sell our CDFs. What? We're carrying risk from all this real estate? Let's just sell the risk so that we can make more from the crisis.
That point was sort of in decline, and there's a whole story around that, which for another time. But what was starting to become very interesting is that we sort of developed a very interesting set of knowledge set, and that knowledge set was from our domain experience working in these industries. But what we were missing was any track record on the buy side.
Well, we planned it actually. We really organized it. Ude wanted to focus more on fintech specifically, but with a global view. I wanted to focus on all financial services because our belief was that there was a space in the growth stage area, and so we wanted to do buyout in my case, VC in your case, and really do the crossover in terms of both geographies and subsectors and stages, so that we could eventually, and this is not us kind of reinventing the story and kind of drawing a linearity to it that it doesn't have, but rather we planned it, and every year we would actually sit down and say, are we ready? Do we have enough track record? Do we have enough credibility to start? And the reality is we didn't. One never has enough credibility. But there was a stage in 2012, I think, when we said, okay, let's give it a go. And so by 2013, I resigned, you resigned, and we started doing this crazy thing with absolutely, it was so difficult at the beginning. So many shut doors, so many people saying...
They had been working for 15 years before they resigned. I mean, insane. Low key, I feel like you do need to work that long in order for you to generate that much experience and contacts to be able to run a new VC / fintech whatever. So yeah.
You're not a spin-off team.
Because where would they have gone the crazy investment?
Which was not true because we invested quite a lot individually together. I co-invested with this fund. He co-invested with my fund.
So you did have some buy-side experience, but it wasn't necessarily recognized as kind of mainstream? Or
so we didn't have any as of 2009 when we came out of investment banking. By 2014 when we kicked off, we had accumulated enough buy-side experience. And I was working at a place that at the time was extremely famous. Now it's probably a little bit famous for different reasons, called the Braj, which obviously famously blew up, and I hastened to add 5 years after I left. So but it was a great school in terms of learning the job of buy side, which is very different from the job of investment banking. In investment banking, you see some of the elements of it, like M&A processes and ability to concoct an equity story, etc. But you don't see some of in fact, most of the portfolio management and the value creation that follows the specific M&A transaction. A lot of what we learned over the years in M&A came in very handy, especially for exits. For us, we are very creative in terms of coming up with exits. We target strategic buyers as our preeminent exit avenue, and that comes straight out of having 15-20 years of experience before doing private equity in covering clients. Effectively, the majority of the buyers of our assets are former clients of ours for the previous 20 years, and that's pretty unique to understand in terms of having a firm that has this type of depth of knowledge of the buyers universe. That's really what I think has contributed to our ability to exit in full our fund one within the first 10 years, So it's exits were very exit focused.
Just explain to me how it is that you already know this buyer community. Is it a function of the fintech universe being relatively concentrated in your backgrounds?
Yeah, I think that's
Part of it.
part of it. Yeah, a huge contributor. So if you think about our experience in the lead up to when we left investment bank in 2009, we had worked on many of the marquee transactions, taking Visa public, taking Mastercard public, taking First
That's
Data private.
crazy.
So every
What?
major deal that you can imagine,
WorldPay.
and WorldPay. So WorldPay with Adam Bain. So many. So what's interesting is many of those people that we were working with at that time, who were sort of mid-level professionals in those organizations, today are actually in the leadership of those organizations. So if you think of Michael Maybach,
Oh my god.
Mastercard, he was actually head of product at some point at that point. And
Why were you interfacing with the mid-level if you're working on M&A?
because typically you're working with the strategy teams in those organizations, right?
And also, especially when you're an associate, for
Yeah.
instance, which is really when you build the strongest relationship, or when you become a VP, you're interacting with people roughly at the same mid-level.
Sure, yeah.
It's your boss, it's the big MD that interacts. Then when we became senior, well, these people became senior too.
Yeah, yeah.
So actually at the heart of Apis, and this is really coming back to the
It's a
secret
network.
sauce or whatever it is, our network, right?
It's a network.
And this network is incredible. Now, to your point that you made earlier, absolutely right. It is actually quite concentrated. I think what people don't realize is, even though the world is a very large place, the fintech community within that world is actually quite small, because the people tend to move around quite a bit. There's a sort of group of people, a nexus of people that tend to move from place to place. And even if you don't know a particular person within that network, you're sort of one degree of separation
Tops.
away from that person. So it's one phone call and you get in front of that person.
I'll give a silly example without naming names, but the current CEO of one of our investee companies, we first met maybe 20 years ago when it was a First Data, and then it was in Naspers, and then it was in Pakistan for Telenor, and
Yep.
then we actually worked with him. We hired him to do due diligence on an asset that we were looking at in another country, and then. Or the other CEO of one of our portfolio companies, we tend to kind of bring in people that we know and trust, used to be the CEO of Molly, and before that he was number 2, 3 at WorldPay
yeah.
that you worked with, and before that you
Global
actually
Collect,
worked
yeah.
at Global Collect to try
Global-
and do a take private. So these are relationships that span 2.5 decades. So the level of trust
Crazy.
and frankly the knowledge that we have about individual capabilities is such that we can identify potential management team members, usually CEOs. We can identify what asset would fit into a strategic
Insane.
strategy. So whether it is going to be into Mastercard or NTT or Network International, these are all strategics, or Apex, or these are all strategics we sold assets to based on the fact that we knew what they were looking for. And so we were able to build the asset to actually fit the template that they were looking to, the hole that they were looking
Yeah, and
at.
indeed that's part of our process, right? So I mean, now we're getting deeper into this, but
Yeah, that's boring.
Our process is, before we actually buy an asset, we will ring up the 4 or 5 most likely buyers. We think the 4 or 5 most likely buyers of that asset, and actually ask them. So they give us a nice menu of what to do, and then we build the company around the menu of what to do. And then when we go back, it's typically the same 4 or 5 people who bid against each other to acquire the asset. And over 90%, I think, as Matteo was talking earlier, we're very focused on strategic exits.
Look at the cost of precluding
Yeah,
some
they
potential
really
investments.
want to exit.
We
Like
really
they genuinely, they don't
IPOs
care
take
about
a very
anything
long
else. They
time,
just
and
want to
they are
exit, like a
probably
really
the
good
right
exit.
exit avenue for much larger companies than us. But we are a small company. At the end of the day, the companies that we invest in are kind of mid-market, and getting to an IPO for a company that is worth, let's say, $500 million to $1 billion is a little bit trickier. It's probably not what you want to do. So strategic buyers, absolutely. Secondary private equity, maybe. And what I would add, actually, Udo, which is, I said it was boring, but it's not. It's quite interesting, actually. The same network, the same connectivity is what enables us to identify the assets we invest into, to diligence them, because a huge part of our diligence is to actually call our mates and simply tell them, hey, what do you think of that asset? What do you think the pivotal points to diligence are? Are they good on tech? Do they have charismatic leadership? Are the products that you like, etc., etc.? This is an essential component of our diligence. And then the interesting part of that conversation, then we say, and would you buy that asset? What if we dress it up for you in 5 years' time and we add this and that? What should we add for it to be interesting for you to buy? You have this conversation 5 times, you got a buyer's universe, you got your diligence done, you've already got your management makeup done.
So you're making it sound like you're quite hands-on with regards to the companies that you're buying. To what degree are you kind of building the companies, not as a euphemism of growing them, but actually putting them...
It feels like insider trading, but it's not, obviously. These are relationships built over time, and they're keeping it in the family, and they're trading information, and they trust each other. And yeah, they definitely like wouldn't mess around with them.
together? You're saying you're finding the CEOs. Give me a flavour of that.
We don't do greenfield, not because it's not interesting. It's really fun, and the excitement of doing very early stage investments is something that both Ud and I are very familiar with, that we've done, and that in our private life we try to decrease it because it's time consuming, but we love it. The problem is this is not what our LPs pay us for. They pay us for reliable, sustainable 3 to 4x type of returns. Whereas with those early stage build up, you end up with a 0 or 100 or 0 or a 10x. Now, having said that, we do buy and build platforms, because there you can see a lower risk and a slightly higher return. So DPO, for instance, is a good example. Cardlytics to an extent as well. These have been buy and build platform where we've identified the core entity and then all the bolt-ons that we can add, and we've gone and we've negotiated the deals, and we've contributed management, and we've brought even clients.
I'll illustrate an example that Matteo just touched on. I think the way you need to think about it, so firstly, we are not operators, so we don't go and operate companies. That's not us.
And it's important.
Okay, this is boring. I'm not gonna watch the entire thing. I got the gist from this.
Customized thing. So we got Bob here, Radius. There's a lot of news today. Didn't have a lot of time to look at the timeline this morning, but I saw you guys popping up. What's happening today? You guys
going live. So we've been working on this technology on this very specific code base for 4 years now. And this team has been working in and around digital money since 2009. This was a team effort of some of the Bitcoin Core devs, founders Zcash, some of the guys who built USDC, and the team that built the Federal Reserve's central bank digital currency code. Money has been lagging everything else digital for about 25 years now. And we have been working on this problem of how do we make money just native to the internet the same way everything else is. And the cool thing about this industry is it's not a zero-sum game, right? We're all trying to solve this problem of how do we make all this work. And so we're going live today with a system that thinks a little bit differently, right? We don't have a token. So when you move money, it costs you a hundredth of a penny to move money, and you're charged that hundredth of a penny. No TGE. We're just trying to move money fast, because we think if you get stable coins cheap enough, this entire new economy emerges. It's too expensive to buy and sell most things. And so now we think it's possible.
Yeah. We have the luxury of already having the conversation with Robert that we're releasing tomorrow.
Yep.
So tomorrow we had a conversation with Robert about all things Radius. We'll release that in the morning. And,
there's a lot of great content this week. It was Canton yesterday with Eric.
Love those guys.
Today, Stable Conference. Tomorrow, Radius, Deep Dive. 4 years. Has it been hard building in the shadow into for the past 4 years? When you started building this 4 years ago,
4 years?
a fraction of the area of the art. What led to that vision? What led to start building that company? How has it evolved throughout the 4 years?
Yeah, so a lot of this team was the team that had to build USDC, right? So we had to figure out what network we put it on. And when we built USDC, one of the main reasons we built it was we were using Tether. And Tether was on Omni.
One is the incentive model, right? The token incentive model does make things a little janky if you're trying to think about millions of transactions a second, which is where we think the world is going. Because once you start thinking about programmable money, you immediately go to machines doing the transactions. If machines are doing the transactions with other machines, which we now are all calling agentic commerce, human latency needs to be removed from the loop. And you're no longer talking about 1,000 TPS or 10,000 TPS. You need to start thinking about 7 or 8 figures. And so you need to radically restructure everything. And so starting in 2022, the question, can we radically restructure the architecture of stablecoin networks to just focus on linear scalability with performance and linear scalability with cost? If you can build that, you start really opening up the type of economic models that start working with millions of transactions a second. And so that's what we've been focused on.
So I was writing the thumbnail copy in the title for your Stablecoin episode tomorrow. Machines paying machines, which is a common thread throughout. When we say machines, that's a broad term. How do you think about that granularly? What machines are paying which machines for what purpose? I like the Cloudflare thing you showed. That helped me.
I mean, Cloudflare is the coolest example. And like Cloudflare and Akamai are the two companies that get us most excited. Because if you think about the way the internet works, you have trillions of daily events, right? So for example, Cloudflare does somewhere around 80 to 200 million events per second that are all technically monetizable events, but they don't because there's no way to move money that fast. Googlebot, right? So Google has massively outpaced OpenAI and Anthropic on their scraping of the internet because Google, through their SEO search, has the ability to go through the back door of the internet and scrape any website they want ad infinitum, meaning there's no limit to how much they can scrape Reddit or the StableDash website. And if your job as Cloudflare is protecting that website from being DDoSed, you have no way of stopping Google going to that. Now they're working on it because they're really good at what they do, but if you can charge them even a fraction of a penny for that scrape, one, it prevents the scraping from happening in a malicious manner, but two, it's a
This is what I was talking about.
for anyone who holds data on it. So when we think about Radius, we think way more about internet infrastructure than we think about, say, a payment system.
Really cool. We've been challenged a lot. We've had some really great conversations the last couple of days with the Raider team, all this really interesting agentic. Where my mind is just bookmarking agentic. Just I think it's going to be a big theme of talking about today. I think we're finally entering this moment where agents are starting to come to market. This isn't like everywhere yet, but like if these things start to exist and infrastructure and systems like Radius, networks like Radius exist, where those agents can actually have a system to transact, get information. I know Trent, even thinking about it, using the word transaction is even a limited word probably, but it's information. Do you think about it more as like information transferring?
Yeah, we call them events. We just call them events, right? There's some type of atomic event between two actors on the internet, and we think there's unquestionably going to be machines being those actors. And I think a lot today, what you're hearing in agentic commerce now, is what we call static agentic commerce. This is the, hey, I'm a size 9, I really like Jordans, and I want to get a new Jordan with that solution. And that Visa will handle that and they'll do a good job at it because people with Visa are really good. And maybe someone at Stripe and the Tempo team is going to say, we're going to do that better and cheaper than you. And I think that's maybe where Stripe's trying to go because if you're thinking about buying a $180
Yeah,
sneaker,
I recently saw Stripe's Expo 2
that people like
build
Stripe and
out.
Visa are really good at. If
I
you're
thought
talking
it was
about
like really
doing,
cool.
call it a billion sub-penny transactions per day, that's a very different fraud risk compliance model. You're really just going for efficiency and speed as opposed to building what I'll call the traditional Stripe and Visa stack. So today, and what you're hearing right now with agentic commerce, that's a lot of Visa and Stripe. That's I need sneakers, I need a plane ticket. What we think about is 10 years from now, can every action on the internet be monetized? So if you're running a model at Jane Street and you want a picture of a petroleum reserve in Oklahoma right now, you can get that picture and it'll cost you X. And that bit of data will come, maybe 5 cents. Right now, there's no way to really spend 5 cents on each one. It's almost impossible because it's too expensive.
No, yeah, the only reason, I mean, also, yeah, it is an infrastructure problem, but it's also like the reason is like there's ways to monetize your attention as a human being. right? You look at an ad, and like the more ads you look at, the easier it might be to nudge your decision making towards that product, right? Like if you think of a toothpaste right now, like there's probably one toothpaste that you might buy just because you've seen enough advertising for that toothpaste that you'll just like keep buying it. So like Colgate or whatever, you know, it's the same. Like if you think of a shop that sells coffee, you immediately think of Starbucks. If you think of a burger place, you might think McDonald's. Or whatever you think of, it's just like that thing that you've seen enough times to be able to recognize as the source for whatever thing that you're looking for. So yeah, um, you could monetize a human's attention like that, right? But you can't monetize an agent's attention because they are always forgetting. Right? They're always forgetting. So you can't really monetize their attention like that. But you can monetize their interactions with the internet, which is why micropayments are starting to feel like the most obvious solution to a very obvious problem that we are getting as time passes. And I had no idea that Google was constantly scraping all these different websites and like Cloudflare was trying to block them. That's crazy. But it kind of makes sense. I hope Cloudflare blocks them and like at least makes more money. Because this scraping issue is only gonna get worse now on. It's not gonna get better. People like me are gonna start scraping Cloudflare websites as well. You know? If you're not taxing me, what do you think I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna keep scraping. It is what it is.
So we really think about questions of compute, inference, and data purchasing between machine actors on the open internet. We think that's where it's going. We think Visa's going to win. We think Stripe's going to win, but we do think there's a space for that micropayments example. And we believe micropayments, or as Circle's calling them, nano payments, is going to be a new critical infrastructure for the internet. And so that's what we're building.
Valid. I love the way he's saying it. Like I had the idea, and like the idea was like a bit baby. It was like a baby idea, but I like the way he's like framing it.
Creators' artwork on these marketplaces to when you're using them to train a model, is that the right sectors to be thinking? Are those too small for
No,
your minds?
I think the whole point is that the whole idea here, we have a saying in the company that the overwhelming amount of the world's goods and services is not currently monetizable because it's too expensive to buy those goods and services. So every single bit of data or every single small bit of compute is very hard to monetize because it's, if you just do Visa, it's 30 cents plus 3%. That's a non-starter for most of these small bits of data. We think that, particularly in the world that where we constantly have agents looking for data, that there's going to be marketplaces that will emerge. It's new, it's super nascent, but this is why you build in places like this. This is why you go to people like Aaron over at Lightspeed and tell them your idea and they back you, because this is why we get up in the morning. We see a problem, we try to solve the problem, and the fact that our internet is still run on advertising is kind of nuts, right?
It's kind of crazy.
It's still run on an advertising market for everything we do. We think it can be run on money, on real.
This was why I was conceptualizing advertising for agents, and I was like, probably the easiest way to get that done is prompt injections. But now that I'm thinking about it, agents have a tendency of forgetting. So if you prompt inject them and then you can't get them to immediately take the action, that's like the worst case scenario. More importantly, they can actually overcome prompt injections because they have like learned, safeguards in place. They get like RL trained to recognize prompt injections and recognize bad acting. So ads on the internet are genuinely gonna change. Like, yeah. Like if humans aren't looking at websites, they're not looking at website ads anymore. If you're not looking at website ads, how are you going to prompt them to use certain services? Right? The best way maybe is to effectively train models to only provide certain services to people if they ask. So if someone is looking for a service, like if someone's looking for a coffee place, you could say, oh, you could go to like your local coffee shop, or the first place you actually advertise for them is Starbucks because you have a deal with Starbucks as an AI model provider that's saying the more you advertise our place, the more money you get to make. So that's like, but that only, like that's the best deal for model providers, not for advertisers. If you're like a tiny little business shop, how the hell are you going to get eyes on product? It's like a really crucial thing worth thinking about for sure. Genuinely worth thinking about.
value. As long as you make it fast and cheap enough. You know, we're charging 1/100th of a penny. We know we can go lower. And what does that look like when we're moving value at millions of transactions a second for upwards of 100,000 per penny? It gets really exciting, and that's why we're building.
It's extremely exciting. We would love to be, we would love to open our business. I know we're not like probably the ideal customer for this, but we have so many interesting things to like experiment with this because it's been an interesting process to think about what is valuable, what is insightful. You know, ideally one day Radius is a company that, you know, maybe there's someone in the market that wants to make a decision and they want to get to know who can solve this problem. And maybe, you know, the interview that will come out tomorrow, something like this could serve as knowledge that can be insightful. And if someone, if an agent or a person is in a position where this can be a conversation that becomes them to go with Radius or use Radius as a really valuable piece of insight that currently lives, I guess, within the stablecoin. And how do we think how do the IP owners of these events that can happen actually go about pricing for the market?
That's the coolest thing is we have so much data being slowly monetized, how these markets work. And I think that's the cool thing about being a business is you have people building each component of this marketplace. We're just trying, like something we refer to ourselves as the filament in the light bulb, right? You had electricity, you had generators, you had wires, but it took Einstein many years and about 10,000 tries to figure out the filament that let light bulbs exist that actually made electricity important. We just think of Radius as that filament. We're just that little piece that makes this all work and opens up a new economy. That's kind of was our big speech this morning, but we're excited for it to grow.
It's amazing. I love the filament. We'll clip
Yeah.
that.
No, I was even going to say, it reminds me of, you know, Ben again, but Ben from Braille, he kind of brought up the city. He's like, hey, you guys
Ben's the
should
best.
run into X402. I forget what he said exactly.
Facilitator, probably.
Yeah, and then our engineer looked at us and was like, no, not now.
What you guys? What did you
But
launch
we
with
do-
Braille today? There's news today on the timeline.
Yeah, so Braille, we had three critical launch partners. So one was Braille. So Braille does our fiat on and off ramping. If you want to get money onto our platform, you go through Braille. And Ben's been an incredible partner throughout. Braille has a partnership with SBC Stablecoin, run by Jeff Malinsky. They're our stablecoin partner. So when you upload money on the platform via Braille, you get SBC. And then Privy is our wallet provider. Privy's been a fantastic partner from day one. You know, our team is pretty OG crypto folks from Circle. And what Privy does best is they make the thing as simple as possible. It's one click, you have a wallet, you can go. So those three partners, Braille, SBC, and Privy have been fantastic throughout.
It's a good stack. It's a good stack.
And GCP. We run everything through GCP. Rich Weidman at GCP is awesome.
Final question. 4 years to get to mainnet.
Yep.
What's next? What's on the horizon?
So today's our starting day. We've been in an MIT R&D shop for the last 4 years, with much patience from our investors. We've become a company today. Today's like very much, this is how we think differently.
Yeah.
Our mainnet day is not the finish line.
Right.
Our mainnet day is a starting line. And so now the question is to the team, every day can we know how we make ourselves better, right? That's what we have to do every single day, in my mind, for the next 30 years. That's where we're going, that's how we're thinking, and we're excited to get going today.
Incredible. Robert, thank you so much for coming on.
This is awesome.
I'm sure we'll talk more times throughout the year.
And we're on tomorrow morning.
We'll see you tomorrow morning. We were even just talking about, I think we met with Rain over a year ago at this point. So we're excited to have you in the ecosystem. And
you send a stablecoin over a blockchain, and you could see when it was sent, you could see when it was confirmed, you could see when it was delivered, you could see that it's done. just very basic things that, like, you know, in addition to costs and, you know, more things that are more complicated, that made us believe that this was a better, that money would be tokenized at some point in time. People, businesses, fintechs, banks would see the value in using this emergent payment rail. And we were building for that future.
Welcome to Bankless, where we explore the frontier of internet money and internet finance. This is Ryan Sean Adams. It's just me today, David Zhao, so I'm here to help you become more bankless. Every company in fintech is about to go through what I'm calling a crypto transformation. Stripe is one of those companies. It's a $90 billion private payments company behemoth, a company that does 1.3 of global GDP's worth of payments volume every single year. They're definitely at the frontier of this crypto transformation. They're moving quite quickly. They've invested big in stablecoins, and I think after the Genius Bill has just been signed, they are doubling down in a big way. Zach Abrams is leading part of that transformation at Stripe. Stripe just bought his stablecoin company, a company called Bridge, for over $1 billion about a year ago. And they've made more crypto acquisitions since. Companies like Privy have been among them. This conversation with Zach is a glimpse into how big fintech companies think about this transformation, how they're going to evolve in the future. And it's a different perspective than the crypto native one that we typically have on Bankless. That's why it's so valuable for us to hear. It's also the story of Zach, who's this tenacious entrepreneur who had this thesis around stablecoins and persevered with that thesis, built this company through some very dark times, leading to this major acquisition. Now, shortly after recording this episode, Stripe launched some details on a layer 1 that they are sponsoring. People are calling this the Stripe Layer 1. Their guest says it's more of a consortium. It's called Tempo. It's an EVM chain. It's being launched with a consortium of fintech players. We discussed that too, and why they didn't go with a layer 1 or a layer 2. Big questions. What's Stripe doing next in crypto? What's every fintech about to do? Zach Abrams helps answer those questions today. So let's get right to the episode. But before we do, I want to thank the sponsors that made it possible.
Imagine a world where traditional finance meets the power of blockchain seamlessly. That's what Mantle is pioneering with blockchain for banking, a revolutionary new category at the intersection of TradFi and Web3. At the heart is UR, the world's first money app built fully on chain. It gives you a Swiss IBAN account, blending fiat currencies like the euro, the Swiss franc, the United States dollar, or the renminbi with crypto, all in one place. Enjoy real-world usability and blockchain's trust and programmability. Transactions post directly to the blockchain, compatible with TradFi rails, and packed with integrated DeFi features. UR transforms Mantle Network into the ultimate platform for on-chain financial services, unifying payments, trading, and assets like the MI4, the METH protocol, and Functions FBTC. Backed by developer grants, ecosystem incentives, and top distribution through the UR app. Reward stations now power each other with their generosity, creativity, and ability. To get things done. At the center is the DGen token. It rewards engagement, fuels tipping, and drives the marketplace for builders and fans. That same energy gave rise to DGen Chain, a fast, low-cost layer 3 for new projects. And now the DGen app, the easiest way to connect, earn, and participate in decentralized social media with a built-in wallet and real token utility. In DGen, the
See, the problem is that social media is for humans, and humans have only so much attention to give. That's why every new social media that gets created is not like, doesn't actually mean that anyone's ever going to come on there and like make a massive difference or anything. Social media should be mimetic black holes, right? If you don't have enough ideas living on there that will just generate more traction for more ideas, then you don't really have social media.
Stays on. Join DGen and get on the app waitlist at www.dgen.tips.
Bankless Nation, very excited to introduce you to Zach Abrams. First, Zach, it's great to have you on Bankless, and I gotta say this at the outset. congrats on selling your company, the company you co-founded, Bridge, to Stripe. You did that in October of last year. At least that's when it was announced. This was reportedly, I don't know if you can confirm this rumor, over $1 billion acquisition. Stripe's largest yet. So this was like a crypto unicorn, and it's a big deal. Congrats on that.
Yeah, really, really appreciate it. And a lot has changed since then. That feels like 100 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's kind of funny to me that Stripe bought a company pre-Genius Bill. You know what I mean? Like, bought a stablecoin company pre-Genius Bill. What kind of foresight was that?
I mean, you know, it was pre the election when a bunch of stuff started to shift right after pre-Genius, a bunch of things. But you know, I think like the main thing probably for them and for us was that like you could start to see that it was working. Yeah, and it had changed like pretty quickly. Like you know, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, it was not working terribly well.
It's like stablecoins or crypto in general?
Yeah, like the business, stablecoins generally.
Yeah.
I mean, there was like Terra Luna and FTX and so on.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, that's like in the long distant past now. But it was like starting to work. Like there were like real payments companies and fintechs that were building on us, and you could squint and kind of see into the future that this was going to be very meaningful.
Yeah, that's very cool. I guess that's the genius of the Collison brothers. They tend to be able to squint and see into the future, and they saw this one coming. I want to talk about them in a minute, but first your own story, okay? Give us your, I guess, crypto founder arc, if you will, and you could begin this wherever you want. I'll leave that open-ended to you. Where does the story begin for you, and how did you get on the other side? Now you're working at Stripe post a maybe $1 billion acquisition.
Well, I guess for me, it kind of started where most crypto founders start with auto parts.
Wait, what?
So coming out of college, I wanted to be an operating partner at a private equity firm, which is a very bizarro thing to want to be.
Okay.
And I went into private because like I thought it would be fun to like turn around and like run these companies.
Yeah.
And I joined this private equity firm that was buying distressed businesses in 2009. The auto industry was like in, you know, complete turmoil. We bought an auto parts company. I was like sent in as like a 22-year-old to like be the CFO of this auto parts company.
Oh my God.
Like,
how did you get that gig as a 22-year-old?
Yeah. I mean, it was very bleak though.
I hate when they're like talking about everything but the thing I'm interested in. Like, come on, man. My YouTube algorithm is so cooked. It's literally just like men dating, women dating. Take it slow. Feminine man. Okay, dude, like, I think we got the validation that we needed, honestly. But making this kind of choice is kind of like locking us in a way. But it's probably the best choice. Okay, not much time, unfortunately. Even though apparently they just acquired some business. Maybe a useful thing to do is what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. Trump is going to China. Guys, take a look at your business and values for people.
Good fit for our company. I really, really do. Oh, wait a minute. Are you smoking? There's no smoking on this interview. No smoking.
How is that a problem? Wait, let me show you something.
You know, I've seen a lot of game winners tonight, but nothing as impressive as you walking in.
You're quite the charmer, aren't you?
Just keeping it real.
Okay, I guess smoking's fine. I think you're hired.
Thank you.
Going good. I think you're a good fit for our company. I really, really do. Oh, wait.
That's crazy. What is this? That's crazy. crazy. How did he just square those? No ways. That's crazy. Okay. Bypassing the traditional fiat system and moving into Web3 / stablecoin payment layer is perfectly aligned with the network global agentic products. To choose the way blockchain will allow you to optimize for performance and experience. You have 4 decision points, and the exact question you need to ask yourself to pick the winner. Damn it, it's so easy That's crazy. If you're interested, if you're gonna click on there, just click on this one.
or similar protocols and stablecoins as the preferred payment method. There is a scenario where our networks don't move fast enough and eventually everything can be done skipping even the network itself. Or another one where card networks reinvent completely the concept of a card and they allow you to do micropayments and they allow you to do set up a merchant in 2 minutes by coding it somehow. There's going to be probably two agentic economies that will interoperate. And maybe at some point these pieces converge, but I think both will be extremely massive pies. The card network will probably expand a lot, and this new agentic scale app store will probably become multi-trillion opportunity in the next few years as well. These new kind of agentic first merchants or services.
You use crypto to pay for stuff at a small business. We're here at Sunrise Pizza in Rye, New York to find out. I'm here with my buddy Sebastian, who's going to tell us all about crypto cards. What is a crypto card?
So a crypto card is a payment card that's tied to digital assets in a wallet. It's like any other card that you would use.
Does that mean the pizza place is accepting different types of cryptocurrency?
Nothing changes for the small business. Everything stays the same. What happens is that at the checkout process, all of that crypto is converted to US dollars in this particular case, so that the business doesn't have to worry about anything.
It also just so happens that the first ever crypto purchase was pizza many, many years ago. My first crypto pizza purchase. So thank you very much for that. Somebody has to eat pizza.
It's kind of funny. I forgot how expensive the pizza was. Actually, it was like 200 Bitcoin or something. So 1,000 Bitcoin, something like that. Crazy expensive for pizza. All these crypto networks keep trying to make cards for real life payments, and all it actually means is like their payments are getting settled by the lower layer that is MasterCard. That's all it actually means. So MasterCard is the one that is connecting them to the real world.